Yo, Toby, thank you. Appreciate it. Many restarts? Okay, so we have to show a hard reset. So, you've probably heard about step root in this game, right? If you have a session and you get to a certain point and you soft reset to get back to the title screen, your form ID is still incremented, even when you hit new game. So you end up with different encounters on the dungeon screens, like the field screens. So we need to show a hard reset for that reason. There are probably some other RNG manipulations you can do, like pre-new game, like new game plus type shit. But yeah, it's mostly for steps. We have to show a hard reset. Need to make sure there's a hard reset shown in the vault. Even though I'm at the BIOS, it's still part of the rules of this game. Not just the scattering. Keeping it real, yeah. I mean, I'm friends with a moderator of this game, so I'd rather, like, you know, not make things harder for him than he needs to be. Yo, Raven, thank you. Wow, I actually managed to change the camera to fix that time. We're going places. You can hear the name. You can hear the game now, right? Alright, push and drop. We've got like 20 minutes of cushion for resets, that's fine. We can just pivot to Tetris after. It's no problem. I would like to play some Dynamite Heady, but I haven't slept much. Rerun Dynamite Heady is going to be a disaster. 401 reactor entrance. You love to see it. But now I have to get fast out of it to make sure I don't ruin it. I think even with turbo, like 401's like the fastest you can get here. Well, the fastest you can get there with walking the steps that we take for the step route. If you don't walk those steps, you can end the reactor quicker than that. If you do like an encounter skip, but. In terms of this step route, even with turbo, like 401, maybe even a high 400, but you definitely can't get a sub 4 reactor entrance in this step route with this hardware. That felt fast enough. Nice, love to see it. Love and life. A little bit of a bonk there, but still fine. Yeah, Dynamite Heady when I haven't had enough sleep is just awful. It's already pretty tough, but I've had a subpar amount of sleep. It's like exponentially worse. Whereas Tetris, it's like, you know, you stay awake all night, but if you played enough Tetris, it's like almost makes you play better sometimes. So you don't want to overdo it, but Tetris is that kind of game, I feel like. Oh, god damn it. Well, Cloud's more likely to get a limit now, at least. Copium shuttle. Butte Chrome. You guys can hear the game, right? I mean that too, yeah. That is true. Definitely feels like it. Tetris is very good for the brain. Thank you, Leah. Soul Goodman, yeah. It's all good, man. Damn. Maybe we could have got the attack in there if we did an attack instead of a bolt, but I don't think it would have been worth it. It's only really worth it if you can chain both Barret and Cloud together. Or if it looks like you can chain both together. A6. 32. Bad attack, bad bolt. Man, this is going to be awful. 86 and 32. You can't make that shit up. Got a limit there. Can't make stuff through. I mean, it definitely does. Well, the last attack was 32, not 34. Can't be too greedy here. Can't expect to have both limits before the tail laser phase. Asking for a bit too much. Yeah, I think even if we bolt here, we're gonna have to wait for Search Scope. So let's just attack. 21. Decent. Even if Barret crits here, yeah, even if Barret crits, it's not gonna be enough. I guess we just bolt and wait for the next turn. Hashtag not washed. Thank you, Reverend. Okay, we're technically behind right now. I know that my PB gets a 922, but... we're ahead of balanced. You know, I think these first 3 split times in these balance splits are exactly the same as my prior PB. It's kind of weird, but I've checked the rest of them. The rest of them are different, so it's fine. Too much noise right now, sorry, I apologise. It's on now, just gently open it's a Mac. Yeah, exactly. Sorry about the 2 sources of audio. 3 sources of audio if you include the mic. Sorry. Just needed a little bit of motivation. Not too much, but I just needed a little bit. We've got a potion drop. I know that much. I'm 16, not great. It's pretty bad actually. Pretty goddamn awful, but... potion in the chat box so you can see it. Double 34 and 86. Yeah, almost. It was almost the 2, like... okay, of the 4 different rolls, the 2 sets of... The 2 sets of the 2 rolls, it was almost that, but the first attack was 32. No in-game sound, yeah, I turned up the source for the music, but then didn't mute the music in time. What do you mean there's music in the background? That's what, thank you. Yeah, sorry about that. What do you mean? Are you responding to Toby, Leah? Is that what that is? What the fuck? Nice line, dipshit. Papega line right there. I would call that an RNG minute around these parts. As long as it's not on the... if it's not a screen where steps like are live, you just call it a happy little RNG minute. If steps were live on that screen, it would mean falling behind on steps and getting more encounters on field screens later on. Clear potion from my chat box now. We already skipped it. Skipped it because we got the drop from the first scripted fight. Where did the soldiers go, Carmen? On they lean over the bridge? Question. Yeah, a pretty talented Twitch chat, that one, KLD. Even on bad days, he's at least a B tier. come on. Yeah, it's over. €20 copy of FS7 in a ring. Oh, really? Is that the thing that causes that? Interesting. Yeah, back to the reactor wheel. That's the way it has to be. We can just start the vault there if this run ends up PBing the next attempt. But the next attempt PBs, then I'm fine showing a Jesse skip reset in there. Everyone resets to Jesse skip. It's not exclusive to me. Zeal has some like Jesse skips in there in this grind for world record, or like the current world record. The current world record doesn't have a whiffed Jesse skip. I mean, like, yeah, like the grinds between his last PB and getting that world record definitely has some Jesse skip resets in there. So we just start the vault there. It's fine. It's okay. Yeah, I know. It's fine. We've got like 8 more minutes of cushion for resets, which basically, yeah, what that basically means is if we make it past, if we split guard Scorpion, then it's the last attempt of the day. Is essentially what that means. So that's a paralysis dodge we do there with the camera at the bottom of the screen. So what typically happens, I mean, you've played up the warm-up, but you should know this, but I'm going to reiterate it anyway. What typically happens is you run up to Jesse, and it takes you into a cutscene where you both look at like this weird like hologram like simulation thing, and then you have to wait for the load into that, and you go sit through that cutscene, and then there's another load back afterwards. And what happens is if you try to run into the next tram, or the next piece of the train, whatever the fuck you want to call it, you see the guard ran out. You see how this, you saw how the guard was running out there, right? So what we do is a paralysis dodge. We try to interact with Jesse at the same time as triggering that guard to come out, right? So we line our knees up at the bottom of the screen, and then we go into the menu, and then we buffer directions so that we're interacting with both Jesse and the exit of the train at the same time. However, if you fail that, or if you, like when you're trying to approach it, if you fail it and you run into the next screen, the guard comes out, and the only way to go for that skip again is to run to the back of the train and then run back into the tram or whatever that you're just on, right? Fuck's sake. This is why I hate things to fix, Cam. It's one input, you're right there. It's one input, you're right there. It's one input, you're right there. You're already in the config menu. It's just one input, man. It's just one input. Just do it. You're already there. You may as well do it. And then whip it, and then the bottom speed bar goes to the right a little bit, and then you can't get fast elevator. It's just one extra input, man. It's just one extra input. That's all it is. It's just one extra input. No, like, when you're dealing with D-pads like this, where, like, switching from holding left to, like, fucking buffering down right, sometimes it just gives you a down input. And because you're trying to go fast, you're already, like, anticipating X in the menu, and then you exit the menu, and, oh, wait, the camera's not unfixed. And it's not only not unfixed, the speed bar that I just moved all the way to the left, it's now shifted to the right a tiny amount, but that tiny amount stops you from being... It stops you being able to get fast elevator, even if you're on turbo. Even on turbo, if that speed at the bottom is even a little bit more to the right, you can't get fast elevator. I mean, yeah, in a vacuum, it's just one extra menu. You may as well do it. However, in a speedrun environment where you're dealing with potentially inconsistent D-pads, or like D-pads like being here and there, or however you want to refer to it as, you just fuck yourself and lose 5 seconds. Well, maybe you don't lose 5 seconds. Maybe you lose like a second. 5 seconds if you don't go back in, because you're not going to be able to get fast elevator, and then you're going to lose time later on until you put that speed back up to the fastest again. But like, if you go back in straight away, I guess you lose like a second, maybe. It's still annoying though. Like, but on paper, yeah, it's one extra input, but that one extra input doesn't always work. And then it cocks you out of fast elevator. So, I don't know. I'll just do it on the way up to Shinra. We gotta go into the config to change the ATP to wait before Shinra anyway, so I could just do it there. Rather than having to change the camera to fixed every 9 minutes, if I do it on the way up to Shinra, then I'm doing it every hour or so, you know? I'd rather just do it there. If I could rely on my D-pad, I'd do it every time at the start, but... because I can't, I'd rather just do it on the way up to Shinra, because we need to go... Like, you're there in the config, putting it to be wait at Shinra, and there's no point where you need the camera to be fixed before that point, so, I don't know. Yeah, last attempt. Yeah, Leo, does that explanation make sense to you? You're supposed to have a cutscene with Jesse, but we do a paralysis dodge, where we skip having to go into that cutscene entirely. If you get second or third try Jesse skip, even though you have to run all the way back to the train, getting second or third try Jesse skip is still faster than just watching the Jesse cutscene. But I still like to get it within 1 or 2 tries, because otherwise, yeah, like, you do lose a considerable amount having to, like, run to the back of the train relative to just getting, like, first try Jesse skip. Two extra inputs. It has to be 2 extra inputs because I don't trust my D-pad. Might not have been fast enough. Yeah, we golded there. On this splits file. 26 seconds behind my actual gold, but we did gold it on this splits file. That's true. We might not get preemptive abs, because I bonked going round, like trying to, you know, I was going round those stairs. I was coming off them, I like bonked a bit. I might have had like too much of a wide angle coming off of getting stuck there. But I mean, I've made that mistake before and we've still gotten preemptive abs, so I'm still going to run it, but if we don't get preemptive abs, I'm probably going to call it. Well, at least call F7. If we don't get this, we're done. If we don't get preemptive abs, we're done. Cool. 601 Jesse skip, that's terrible. I mean, we did bonk on the stairs, so I'm not entirely surprised, but 601 is not good. I mean, it might have been a high 600, but even still, that's still garbage. But we got it. We actually got it this time, that's what matters. Again, like, there's a small chance here that we don't get preemptive abs, and the run's dead if that happens. But we'll see. You're damn right, Leo. The planet is dying. Right there with you. Didn't you say that last time, Leah? Like, not last attempt, but like, you know, the last session we had that we got to this point, because we only did that. The last session we only did the one attempt, and it ended up being a PB, ended up being a finished run. But I swear you said that, like, literally in our last session. The last session I had playing this game, I swear you said the same thing. Yeah, Don Corneo agrees. Don Corneo. The great Cornholio. Or Cornholio. I guess I am streaming FF7 more consistently now. I guess I have to expect the same questions. It's not just Leah. It's just it's very much an FF7 culture thing. You always see the same fucking comments. I'm just gonna have to get used to it again, I guess. Someone needs to make like a FF7 speedrunner, like bingo, or like FF7 speedrun stream bingo card thing. I know RJ has like the channel point redemption thing. But someone needs to actually like make a card of it so we can use it while watching people run the game. Oh, the contemplated about remake part 3. That's another box to tick off. Oh, somebody commented on Tifa's tits. That's another one. Should be one for FF9 as well. Someone comments in the chat. Oh, well, you're very unlikely to PB. You're 20 minutes behind, but you can still get Excalibur 2. Oh, yeah, that's another box we can tick off. The one can still get X2. That's one chat message that you see often. I guess that one. Like, X2 gets mentioned pretty much almost every FF9 stream, but maybe not that one specifically. Oh, PB's there, but you can still get X2, haha. Yeah, like, X2 means anything when we're using fastest speed, and we're following a route that makes everything, like, so much more consistent. If you get X2 on an actual PS1, like, even if you're following like a route, like a speedrun route, you're still a G. You're a G for that if you do that. I think I could do that, but just barely. Like, I would barely be able to get X2 on like an actual PS1. If it was NTSC, I definitely would be able to, but like, you know. On a PS1 from my stomping grounds, I think I could just barely get X2 on like a PAL PS1. But only just. Non-turbo on an actual PS1 is another question entirely, but if I was using turbo, then yeah, I'd probably just about be able to get X2. KL needs to be subbed. Again, I've said this several times. I don't stream for the subs. I do appreciate you gifting subs and subbing, Leo, but the reason I'm an affiliate is just so I have my emotes. I like to just post my shitty emotes occasionally. Not all the time. Like, a lot of the time these days I post emotes from other people's chats, but I like to just have my shitty emotes that I can just, like, shitpost on other people's channels. I don't really do it for money. I've said this several times. Money isn't the goal. I just like having poorly made emotes for spam. Okay, we might not get preemptive apps here because we bonked on that reactor. Twitch Turbo. Oh yeah, that's another point as well, yeah. Oh, we got it. Nice. The Braver might low roll, because we haven't removed any materia, so his Cloud Strength stat is a bit lower, because he still has the materia, both the materia equipped. And the grenade rolls here haven't been great so far. Oh my god, yeah, we're getting the extra wave, mate. It's guaranteed. So yeah, I guess we skip Cloud's grenade here. There's no point putting it through. These are subscriptions has a fast miss for this one. Yeah. KRD already has a very, very admirable selection of emotes from the channels that he is subbed to. Yeah, he's a Twitch tab user anyway. According to Mutaking, there are a bunch of streamers who are like, well, even if you're Twitch Turboed, even if you have Twitch Turbo, we don't get money from his ads. I feel like those people are kind of like being dishonest. They're just saying that to try and squeeze out as much juice as they can. M2K was in a voice chat with me and Leo. He was saying how if you have Twitch Turbo, like, streamers say that you don't get money from the ads. Like, to say, oh, the ads you skip, we don't get money from that. But apparently, like, even though the viewer's not watching the ad, you still get the money from the ad. Based on what M2K was saying, and like, he's a, you know, I trust him, he's a pretty honest person. Like, he wants to make a living, but he's not gonna, you know, pull the wool over people's eyes. Yeah, like, yeah, I still get ad money from KRD. Like, because he's Twitch Turbo, he doesn't watch the ad, but I still get the ad money, allegedly. So yeah, like, even if I did care about money, which I don't, like, you know, KRD would absolutely get a pass to get money from his ads that he doesn't watch with Twitch Turbo. And everyone else, you can use an ad blocker. I don't care. Use an ad blocker on my stream. I really don't give a fuck. That's why, like, I have a YouTube stream on the side which has no ads. I think, actually, lately I've noticed on some streams they've been adding ads, but for the most part on YouTube streams, it's like uninterrupted. I have YouTube streams. I have, like, my YouTube stream available at most times. Some days I don't feel like streaming on YouTube because I don't feel like dealing with the brain rot that comes from YouTube stream chat messages. Like, the average IQ of a fucking YouTube chatter is so fucking low. So some days I really just don't feel like it, but most days I do have like a YouTube stream. And you don't get any ads on that, so yeah. If you want to use an ad blocker on my channel, then go for it. Be my guest. I really don't give a fuck. Bravery was one. We used one out. Yo, beach maps. Slow fight, but our Brave account is very healthy now. Very healthy Brave account. Okay, so I've been drinking caffeine, sipping on some Coke Cherry, so realistically we're going to be pressing the panel like a frame early for that reason. Not all the time. It feels like a lot of the time. I've been consuming caffeine by the time I'm in Shinra. Consistently, like, not all the time, but consistently, pretty consistently, like a frame early on the panel press. So, because of that, I might have to aim for a +1 frame to make sure that we hit the aim frame. If that makes sense. Obviously, I'll make sure that that is a result that we can use to get a full elevator minute for the +1, but yeah. I mean, alternatively, I could switch to my Bluetooth controller, because that adds a frame of latency to counteract it, but that's way too many layers of pseudoscience bullshit, so I'm not going to do that. As long as we have good movement here, we can jaywalk. That bonk doesn't count. Adds a fraction at most. If we walk into an encounter here, then Rum's dead. If we don't get an encounter, then we've walked under that encounter. Yeah, we've walked under the encounter there. If we hadn't walked under an encounter there, we would have walked into it. We walked under it, and that's why we walked the steps. We also walk the steps to make sure that we have correct formations later on. Not only to avoid pincers, like, so if you don't have correct forms, you can get pincers, right? Where there's like an enemy on either side. And not only that, like sometimes enemies that aren't pincers, they can just open up like a really nasty move that just wipes your party. Like Bad Breath or Quake Free, for example. Bad Breath in itself doesn't guarantee that your party will wipe, but 9 times out of 10. Not 9 times out of 10, but like... if we don't get a flea off of the Bad Breath, then it's just rib, essentially. So it's not just to walk under encounters, it's to make sure we have correct formations for the enemy skills and to avoid pincers and to avoid nasty encounters later on. And Wild Map is different to field screens, also known as dungeon screens. Okay, there was definitely not a glow at the end there. I saw the glow thing like retract on itself. Part of the screen that I'm looking at, it was like the glow was like going back in itself, so there was no way that there was a glow at the end, which I just didn't see. Not a chance of that being the case. But yeah, if you play more FS7, you will encounter those pincers, and when you encounter those pincers, you will understand what I mean about why we want to avoid them. Pretty crucial. You can survive them, especially if you keep it on HP weight, but ideally you want to keep it on ATB active during most of the guys' cliff encounters, because they're pretty slow to escape from on average, typically, even with active. Typically, you can lose up to a minute by keeping on ATB weight for like most of those guys' cliff encounters. But being on formations guarantees there's no pincers, which means you can just keep on HB weight until we get up to icicles. Okay, we did Group 9, List 169 last time, it was good, but this is between... So we're referring to the Save Crystal clock. Well, the Save Crystal, like, think of it as like an upside down clock. So it's 239 to 255, but I'm not going to be able to mash that fast. With Turbo, I can hit 252, but with my mash... I'm not mashing great today, but I'm mashing like slightly above my average, because we got Fast Elevator earlier. Not on this attempt, but on the previous attempt, the prior attempt, we did get Fast Elevator. So my mashing is like, it's above my average today. It's still not good, but it's above my average, so, but even still, I don't see myself being able to hit 255. Oh, I don't know why I took this. So I left it just after 3:30, and with the group list we have that. The final climb has a frame lenience of 1. It's literally +1. That's it. That is the only lenience. Don't know why I took that. Well, whatever happens, happens, I guess. It's fine. I'm just setting myself up for an option select. If we don't make it to the group, then oh well, we were dealing with very difficult frame ranges. And if we do, then oh, I'm gold-like. I am a gold because we still made it. Check me out. Yeah, I shouldn't have taken that, really. Like, not really. This is a very risky grouping list to take. I've had this grouping list before, where the frame lenience is like, it's a lot more lenient. The frame ranges, both on the negative and the plus, like, there is so much more lenience. But with the time that we left with this list and group, it's -59 to +1 on the final screen, where list is moving before elevator. The final list variable screen for elevator is +1. It's the only lenience. It's literally the only lenience we have. If we bonk at all in any capacity, it's over. We can bonk here because we're just making it to a cycle anyway. So you can hear like there's like a pulse ring running, right? So on this screen we literally just have to make it to the pole. We just need to make it to the correct cycle. It's pretty lenient. It's not incredibly lenient, but you know, it's not hard to make it to the pole. But at the end of the screen we run up after we jump off the pole, and then on the next screen it's -59 to +1. If we bonk at all, it's over. And we can't pivot to stairs. We're unable to pivot to stairs if we bonk on the next screen, because we've already bought the amount of grenades that we need for elevator. The amount of grenades we buy for elevator, because you don't do the fight in the lobby, right, you don't get the guild from that, and so you can't buy the checkable later on, which we need to do calm skip. So there's no pivot into stairs and we bonk on the next screen. We just have to take elevator and hope for the best. Okay, that felt good. Okay, group 0, list 144. Come on, hurry up, XL. 144. I'm gonna aim for +1, which is 65 offset. Oh, these ATVs are awful. Really fucking bad. got a grenade drop in case this goes south. A little bit of a safety net if we mess this up. Early. 16. There's no 16 here. Are you fucking kidding me? There's a 416 on 2 frames late, but there's no way I pressed that 2 frames late. There's no fucking way in hell. Not a chance. Alright. Well, we have 3 Bravers stopped, right? Like already. We already have 3 Bravers stocked, so if we have a high level cloud for J-Buff, and the laser thing for this limit up all the way, then we've got a good amount already. So, like, it would still make the J-Buff quite slower, but you're right. Pretty decent jump so far, but nothing crazy. Oh, this formation is garbage though. Hate this formation so much. Switch to my stairs comparison. Please give me a 9 jump. Nice. Okay, we're gonna be behind this comparison. Ooh, we need to be there. Maybe it's fine. The grenade might have acted as like an advanced wave through probably. Saving time here, but we'll be in the bed. We'll need to be there, probably. Yeah, God damn it. Or we might not even be saving time here. Okay, 1133 minus 559. 441. 441 plus 133. Uh, 541, 574. So we've got an excess of 574 gift, which is quite a lot. Buy like 7 extra grenades with that. Cable stuck onto my chair. Throw me off. Not the controller cable, but my headphones cable. Surprised we didn't. Yeah, I'm surprised we didn't get caught there. Free. What's free? Boom. Oh. Better on steps than last run, not surprised though. Made a pretty sloppy mistake last run that got to this point, and then my PB. In chat. Well, first of all, let me control Z all this fucking elevator crap already. I'm not even gonna bother to check to see why elevator failed the way it did. Not even gonna bother. Because we were playing with a +1 frame lenience. Like, it was minus 59, so incredible lenience on being early next to the screen, but like +1 on frame lenience leaving the screen. So I'm not even going to bother investigating it. It was literally +1. We had literally 1 frame of lenience, or like being too slow. It felt clean, like it felt clean enough, but I'm just going to assume that's the reason we didn't hit it. The only floor 16s available are +2 and +4. There's no way we pressed the panel 2 frames late. I mean, I haven't had enough sleep, but even with how little sleep I've had, I don't think it impacted that much. Like, I've done elevator a minute enough to know, to be able to feel, like, kind of round about what frame we were on. And that, like, I even said it felt like I did an early press, so there's no way I was like +2 there. I'm just gonna assume it's because, yeah, the final screen was literally, +1. Like, gives you all that crap. Okay, how we doing, chat? 6 grenades. Yeah, because the grenades are 80 grenades each. Oh yeah, I think you're right. I think in terms of what you could afford with just that gill, like just the excess gill we have, it would be 6 grenades. But the gill route that I follow, it has built-in backups for the degree of uncertainty of plus or minus 100 gil, so we can buy 7 grenades. We were ahead before the split, right? Yeah. Not by a lot, though. Like, based on the groups and lists that are available to me, if I was to take a later group and list, because first of all, the earlier ones, I wouldn't have been able to mash fast enough to hit those. So I had to wait a little bit anyway, but if I had to wait longer than that, the amount of time we'd have to spend waiting to hit a later group and list, right? We'd be waiting for longer than 4 seconds anyway. So I don't regret going for the grouping list I went for. We might have still been able to pull ahead at the end of the split. But in terms of as of leaving Eris's Garden, we would have been technically in the reds had we went for a later we had aimed for a later grouping list. We already had to wait until like 3:30 because the ones before that were too quick for my match. If I had to wait even longer, we would have been behind. So I don't really have any regrets about taking the grouping list that I did. And also, yeah, the worm encounter wasn't particularly great before we, Yeah, the worm encounter... So yeah, on the first part of Broken Road, the worm encounter, they got at least 2 actions. They might have gotten 3, but I'm pretty sure they got 2 actions. Doesn't sound like a lot, but, like, the worm actions are pretty slow. Yeah, they took 2 actions already, so I kind of had to take a sooner elevator. Yeah, you told me about this before. That's cool with it. Oh, a little bit of ATB. It's fine now. Oh. Save some time, cool. Okay, dude. Fuck off. Fuck off. Okay, I appreciate the money, but give me a bunch of dosh doesn't exempt you from tier S. I'm sorry. It just doesn't. Well, it's not just tier S, it's also just like, I don't know. Just kind of a fucked up thing to say, I don't know. Appreciate it, Leah, but you can't be saying shit like that, I'm sorry. Oh, didn't mean to do that. Fuck. There we go. I accidentally fucking banned him. Does that remove his follow? No, it doesn't. I'm pretty sure it doesn't. I've had people still following me after I banned him and then changed my mind. I didn't mean to ban him. I mean, like, some streams would ban him for that, and they'd be justified in doing so, but... I don't know. We're gonna work it up to that. Increase the punishment each time. But yeah, if people were to ban for that, like, you know, I wouldn't hold that against anyone. I'd be like, yeah, fair enough, that's fucking ban-worthy. That's absolutely ban-worthy, but yeah. I believe in redemption, personally, on my stream, but wouldn't impose that same criteria on everyone else. Reload the chat. I should still say he's following. Oh, he's not there anymore. Because I timed him out. I don't get mad at me for telling you out for that. First and foremost, like, you know, I'm uncomfortable with you saying that. But even if I wasn't, right, like, if I was to allow you to say shit like that, I'm just risking my own channel getting banned, so you can't get mad at me for that. But yeah, at the same time, I do heavily disagree with you fucking saying shit like that, but... But woman, we simply do not exist. We just don't exist. Whatever biases you hold. However much you felt wronged, like, you know. Even if that person was a fucker, like, that's on the person, that's not on their fucking sex or gender. I'm gonna change it, not attack. Okay, yeah. ARS attack is slow, but it might be better to attack that. I don't know. Yeah, I don't regret timing them out, but I do apologise for accidentally banning you with it. Sorry. I had to get back to mashing. I had to make sure I could actually keep my mashing up. So I had to try and multitask there. There was a good Screamer Fountain dialogue, but still. I had to make sure I could get back to my mashing on time. So I accidentally banned you out. That's like a Freudian slip ban. That's like, you know, I guess that's subconsciously what I actually wanted to do, but... Freudian ban. Okay, Cloud still has lightning on because we didn't remove material. Trying to make some of the time back from having to take an extra wave of apps. Okay, that was 0 chance we get old pins here if Red's ATB there, but we can just sync it back up. It doesn't cost any time to sync it back up because you've got to wait for the cycle of the fight. Oh, you've got to wait for the enemy cycles anyway. Alright, don't target Red. Not until the next wave of... not wave. Don't attack Red until your second action, and don't sleep him. Now I have to remember to switch back to grenade. Okay, Barrett throws grenades quicker than Eris. So we'll do this. Target red. Nice. Okay, that didn't save any actions, unfortunately. Oh damn, yeah. Shouldn't have flipped the red, that was pointless. What? What's this? Huh? Did I just fuck up the game? I guess not. Okay, so Cloud's not... It's gonna be harder for Cloud to get limits here, because he's back road. But we already have 4 raiders. Welcome back, Leo. Hope you learned your lesson. If you say something along those lines again, I'm gonna increase the penalty. I don't think it's gonna get a limit here. Not this turn, anyway. Okay, so the time loss here is fake. We did the menu here instead of on the next split. So this time loss is fake. This is so weird, man. What the fuck? I've never seen that before. That's hilarious. I hope this PB's now. That's very interesting, actually. Reload the page. Yeah, it still says Leo's following since June 25. Are my mod notes still there? Oh, 2 comments. Okay, yeah. 1 warning, 3 timeouts, 1 ban. The 1 ban was accidental, but... I don't care. If mods see and say something offensive or obnoxious, and they see that he's been banned before, I'm not going to care about the fact that the ban wasn't meant to happen, that the ban was accidental. If they take that 1 ban as a cue to give him punishment, then so be it. Yeah, I'm just saying for the record now, the ban on him, the ban I just did, it was accidental. I was just meant to time it out instead. But I'm not going to bring it up every time to any mod that comes back into my stream. If they see that he's been banned before and they choose to take action as a result, then whatever. You were cooking? It's just some sexist bullshit. Don't worry. got used as a plan B option, and because of that, he thinks everyone is like that. He thinks they're all plan A, plan B type people. That's how I understand his grievances. Which is just kind of low IQ, I don't know. Oh, we get plenty of bolts, especially when I'm not running F7. Have night bolts, not including the stream viewers thing. I don't think so. Kind of be a bit too easy if that's the case, probably. Well, Red was named A instead of R, but we still get CBT. Oh fuck, what am I doing? Bio. Oh man, this is terrible. Oh my god. Oh, well that's that. You need Bolt for this fight. Oh. That's fine. I didn't really feel like playing FF7 today anyway. I just wanted to see if I can try and get one going. No, it's the bots that's so widely used, so surely they don't include in viewer numbers yet. Yeah, shit. Oh, that's alright. We can pivot to Tetris. I could be persuaded to play some Dynamite Heady. I don't know. Let's do a poll. Tetris is soul destroying. Oh, that's fun. Like, as I said earlier, Dynamite Heady when I haven't had enough sleep is like terrible. Like, it's already pretty bad, but when I haven't had enough sleep, it's like so much worse. With how tired I am, I think Tetris would be better, but Dynamite Heady is more soul destroying, Leo. I mean, you get to the final stage in Tetris and then you get fucked, sure, and that happened in my PB that I got last night. But Dynamite Heady is like, if you're not logged in on the final boss, you just fucking die. CSR practice? I thought you weren't too into the idea of CSR. I thought you thought it was a waste of time. Have you been have you come around to CSR? So that's something you've come around to, Leo? You kept being like, oh, just run the actual game. You're wasting the time with CSR. You could be getting so many more PBs on vanilla if you just stop playing CSR. I guess you've come around to the idea of CSR more. Or am I mistaken? Maybe I'm reading it wrong. Red Dragon, Schizo, and Demon's Gate. We golded Schizo. But I mean, you are right. Those are big reset points. But that was my whole motto before. I mean, you understand it now, but back then you didn't. But I used to be like, oh no, I need. You were like, oh, CSR is a waste of time. And I'd be like, oh no, I need CSR so that when I come off for my work week, I can shake off any rust and get back into the swing of it. But I don't think you really understood the significance of those fights back then, and now you do. So maybe that has helped you understand why I like to play CSR. But I mean, we have save states for that. But yeah, save states, like the HP values that I have, or the stats that I have in a run, will be different to the stats I have in my save states. I could edit those like values with cheat engine or whatever, but we all know I'll be too lazy to do that. But yeah, save states aren't the end all be all, because you're playing with. On a save state, you're playing with the same stats every time, whereas in a run, you're playing with very variable and different like stats. So yeah, I do agree with that. Like, actually getting to those fights in a run does actually matter, like, a lot. It's not like FF9 where the stat growth is consistent, like 100% consistent every time. As long as you equip where you're supposed to equip, as long as you put the abilities on where you're supposed to. FF9, you still want to play out runs in FF9, but it's like, you can just drill those, and it's fine. But FF7 is different. You gotta get to those fights in a run to be able to adapt to different, like, variables and such. But yeah, I'm glad you've come around to the idea of CSR a bit more now. Yeah, so far it looks like Tetris Sakura is winning. I might set up another poll, but I will take note of current results. Dynamite brackets 1 and Tetris brackets 2. This was 67%, it's 66.777. Round it up. Let's round it up. Alright. How do we end this poll? So we just start another one. Yeah, that's the results as of right now. Control X. Oh, end poll. Okay. Tetris Sakura. We'll do it again, but yeah, it's looking like we're going to be doing some Tetris. It doesn't fit, so we just put. I guess we just put FF7. You can see the full name of FF7 on my title. It's looking like we're going to be playing some Tetris. I won't put Wii this time, I'll just do it like that. Okay, we got 1 for CSR, 2 for CSR. Oh boy. Well, I guess I need to open my CSR IDTs then. I'll let the poll run for a little bit, but yeah, shouldn't have done another poll. Yeah, people want to see FF7. I want to see FF7. I just don't like the stress of CSR. It's so much just like go, go, go. Like, I can barely read chat. I guess fights like the Gunner Brothers fight, we can check chat, but for the most part, it's just very much just like full on. No chance to breathe, no chance to think, just go. Yeah, that's fair. Like, yeah, if FF7 CSR dies early, we can pivot to Tetris. Pivot to Tetris. Oh, somebody tried calling me earlier. I should try and attend to that. Yeah, other people run CSR. It's not. CSR isn't really adopted that heavily for FF7. Two big factors. It's PSX, right? I mean, obviously people are happy to use emulators, but for the most part, people just want to be able to boot up the game on Steam, maybe patch some like files in the folders, and just play their Steam version. So yeah, it's PSX. That's a barrier to people wanting to do it. Like, for most people wanting to do it. And also, you can't have an official disc for it. You have to burn a backup disc and hope it boots. You could use Popstar, but it's banned. Popstar is banned for the PSX digital board, so you probably shouldn't use it for CSR either. Yeah, it's PSX and also the IDT factor, because you're playing with completely different IDTs with completely different inputs that you have to do in the world map to get those IDTs to work. But yeah, I think the biggest one is the IDTs, like, because you have to use different IDTs. Because IDT manips are so prevalent in this game, I have to play with a different set of them and get used to a different set of them for CSR. It's not the most enjoyable thing. The fact that you have to play with different IDTs and open up separate IDTs or IDT pages or notepad files or whatever. IDT is the biggest one, but yeah, like, a big part of the appeal for CSR for the other games, like the PC versions, the Final Fantasy games that have PC CSRs, right? Like, if you look at FF9, for example, go to the FF9 speedrun page, PSX cutscene remover, 21 runs. There's more than that, they just haven't been submitted. HD cutscene remover, that's 42 runs. Because PC's digital anyway, nobody has any attachment to using their childhood physical copy of the game. Because it's digital anyway, right? And also, it's just like, you don't need capture card or anything. You just patch some files in the folder, and you're on your way. Like, the other CSRs being available in the PC and HD versions really goes a long way. But yeah, aside from that leaderboard, there are some people who ran CSR who haven't submitted. Like, Kato Katombos, he definitely has ran CSR, but he hasn't submitted any run to this board. can't remember who else. There's definitely some others. I think Coyote might have done some F7 runs. Hopefully CSR. Zeal's tried, but he hates the IDT factor. Zeal's not a purist, but he likes, you know, the hardware he uses. He likes for it to be very much be tailored and specific to be played with official discs or whatever. So he's not willing to like mod his PS2 so he can use backup discs. But yeah, like having to use emulator for CSR, he hates like he hates how it feels, and also like more so the IDTs. Like he hates how he has to like use different IDTs to the IDTs that you'd use on the vanilla run. But Zeal's tried. I think he's finished like an old bosses run on CSR, but he's not a fan of it. Who else is there? Solid Snake might have tried. What's his face? Shout Blaster. Shout Blaster's tried some CSRs. It's a really good tool for practice, but the IDT factor, like, I don't know, for the IDT manips, it's not the greatest practice. I mean, you can practice the positions that you have to be, like, you can practice being close to the edge of the screen, but not close enough to the point where it'll fuck up the manip, right? Like, you can practice your positions and where you're supposed to leave, but other than that, like, the actual IDTs you're using isn't great practice. But aside from the IDTs, like, it's still really good practice. It's still very good to use. I made a lot of gains playing CSR pretty heavily. I never ran CSR as heavily as FEC, but still got to put a decent amount of time into CSR. And, like, in my stints with CSR, I made so much gains. Like, I improved so much of this game. I'm still not great, but, you know. While I was doing it, it was making me get gains on my vanilla turbo runs, like, so much quicker. All votes for CSR. Right. Okay, so I was thinking the other day, I don't know, go careful, right? So, I loaded up my Superstation 1. I saw there's like a homebrew section. There was a homebrew section. I think we might need to put CSR on homebrew to get it to work. That might be the reason it's not working. We can try that. If not, we're just gonna have to sit here, wait like 10 minutes for the disc to boot in. Alright, well, remind me. Actually, no. No, I'm gonna refund that. I don't think you're entitled to that channel point redemption for today's session. You won't process anything otherwise. Yeah, I mean, it is a channel point redemption, so it is kind of scam artist of me not doing it, like, not honouring it, but at the same time, it's like, I don't know. You don't really get that privilege, even if you have the points. Like, you know, if someone stabs my brother and then goes, oh, I'll buy your gaming PC for 10 grand, I'll just be like, I'm not thinking about the money, I'm just like, what the fuck are you doing? What? Why the fuck did you do that? Like, I could, like, you know, be loaded and just sell my gaming PC for 10 grand, but they just killed my fucking brother. Like, I don't know. Take the PC, goddamn. Nah. I wonder if there's like a way to cool down like channel point redemptions on a specific user. I don't think there is. But if that was, then yeah. And then they do it and they don't give you the 10 grand and then you're like, fuck. Nah, I rejected it already. It's refunded, Leo. Keep your channel points. You can spend them on holiday. Sorry, sir. I'm gonna have to ask you to leave. No, don't leave. But yeah. I'm not serving you. Yeah, it's like if you turn up to a restaurant and you're rude to the staff, I would be like, nah, fuck off. I don't want your money. We've already got enough. Like, we've got enough people booked in here today. Just because you give me money doesn't mean you treat my staff like shit. Fuck off. Go eat somewhere else. Yeah, they do. It's true. But what can you do? Alright, let's see about this fucking homebrew bullshit. I don't think CSR is technically homebrew, but we can try. But if it doesn't work out, then yeah, we'll just have to fucking... Just have to... You know, have to go back to the PS2 BIOS mines. Gotta go back to the BIOS mines for 10 minutes to get back into the game, otherwise. X. Mr. Data H, Homebrew, PSX. No, I think Homebrew has to be on the MGL. Maybe. These all look like MGL, like .mgl. I mean, either way, we've tested it before, it being in the regular PSX folder, and it didn't work, so... If we can't boot the game from the folder being in the homebrew folder, then it's like, well, those files don't really work anyway, so who really cares? The CSR IDTs are all locked up and ready to go. Where's some music I can play in the background? I guess I'll just play the same bullshit I played earlier. Sorry for the auto-tune deniers around these parts. Or sorry to them. Okay. Oh yeah, that's right. We need to stick the micro SD back in. Jack missed the data. Nah. It's not there. Wait, I thought of a strat the other day. I thought of a strat to try and get this to boot. Okay. Check my download history. Nothing there. Okay. 7 disk 1 CHD. So, with the same naming convention, right? We transfer vanilla FF7 disk 1 over. When it gets into the next part of the splash screen, the PlayStation part of it, past this Sony screen, we make a save state. And then transfer the CSR CHD over, rename it to what the same name as the thing we just made a save state on. And then we boot into it, we load the state, and maybe it will let us play it. I don't know, how does that sound? I tried it at the start of the run. I tried to see if I could get into the run and then like make a save state and then soft reset, but I mean, whoever is here, you remember how fucked that was, right? But the game's not booted yet and it's past like this Sony screen, then I don't know, maybe it'll work. Yeah, digital version of a disc swap. It's just, you know the disc swap strat on the PS2 where you stick like a Bic pen lid in like one of the 90k holes or whatever. I guess it's called hot swapping. The official name is the hot swapping strat. Yeah, I guess we emulate the hot swap strat. Emulate hot swapping. Now, there is the argument I'm going to get the same start to the run every single time. That's fine. All we need to do is, if it works, we just soft reset. Like, We get into the game, hit new game, and then when we're in the game, we soft reset, and then we're back to the title screen. Because it's the start of the game, no variables have been incremented yet. IDT has, but the moment you soft reset, the IDT will get set back to 0. If there was an official CSR board, it would matter. Like, using a save state to be able to play it would kind of be a bit like, you know, that's kind of like grey area, but we're using a Google Sheets leaderboard. There's no, like, actual SRC board, so it's probably fine. It's fair game. Like, I'm not cheating with it. You should use a cotton bars cut in half to hold the bomb down, yeah. That's the common strat. I don't know why I was using big lids. I mean, it worked. I did it so that I could play Old World Abe's Odyssey because there was an FB that I 100% of the time got stuck on in like Scribania or something on my PAL disc. So I got the password from that progression, like from that playthrough. I got that password, bound a disc of Abe's Odyssey, and then used the password to get back to that point. Then I finished the game, and then right after, my 90k just like crapped the bed. I mean, the 90k was already having issues. Like, the moment it came from America, it was like almost $200 including import fees. But the moment it arrived, it was already like super loud. Like, I was already just getting like noise complaints constantly. Like, because I used to like run FF runs like overnight, and they'd be like, "Do you think it's a good idea to be using that at this time? How loud it is?" You know, it was always super loud from their get-go. And I always felt like the loads weren't as fast as most, like a typical night game. Like, the laser felt like in pretty poor condition. Definitely felt like a poor condition laser. It was like, compared my 90k loads to other people's 90ks, and it was like I was losing like minutes. Maybe not minutes, but maybe just like over a minute. Typically the variance between 90k is like a few seconds, but I was easily losing like over a minute. Over like a JRPG run. So that 90k always had issues, but then yeah, I did a playthrough of Abe's Odyssey on it, and then it just like shat the bed when I pivoted back to FF7. But yeah, let's try it. Let's see, have I even started downloading this yet? No. Okay, 25 minutes-ish. Do I have any more FF7 CHDs on here? Well, first of all, we need to turn the settings down. That's not the reason it isn't booting. I will show you that that's not the reason. But a Guard Scorpion, if you have it above like 2x quad speed, Guard Scorpion goes to do something and he just gets stuck. So we've got to turn this down anyway. I'm not sure if hack 4x is equivalent to quad speed and dock station, or if forced 2x is. We'll try hack for now. I've tried this homebrew setting, it doesn't work. I've also tried limiting the max speed, disk speed. But I mean, that's virtual anyway, but... No, I've tried this. I have tried this. I have tried that. I've tried it already, but let's try it again. Fast boot is typically allowed for FF7 of the digital runs. I have already tried it though. I tried that already, but let's give it another go. Yeah, nothing. I mean, that Tetris took a while to boot in, didn't it? Tetris did take a while, but I don't think it's gonna boot. But I mean, in theory, if fast boot doesn't work, then the strat I'm thinking of won't either, but we can try it. No one saw what. Oh, fuck, I forgot that I back up my pawn on my, Mr. SD card. There's just so much empty space, and it's like, you know, I'm running out of space for my pawn. Gotta put it somewhere. Yeah, it's not working, mates. Alright. Yeah, we'll still try the strat, but yeah, in theory, if fast boot isn't working... Okay, so first of all, fast boot doesn't work for some games, so just the games just don't boot. But FF7 we know for Free Dark Station that it does. So in theory, if fast boot doesn't let us get in, then the hot swap strat I'm thinking of won't work either, but we can try it. Breath of 7 anyway. Not gonna get too much about it, but yeah. Homebrew, PSX, Control X. I don't want to rename it. Control X. I saw F7 in the corner of my eye and I was like, wait, is it working? But it was just my CRT. It's just the PS2 on the CRT still going. First of all, let's back this up somewhere. The patch CSR CHD. So just controller V into document / FF7. Yeah, I guess that works. This is virtual, Toby. I'm waiting for the add-on to arrive. Not to gush too much about my hipster device, but I'll just... You're curious about it, so I'll link you to it. I'm using this thing. We load up the games through the SD card. I have pre-ordered the add-on so we can actually use physical discs. In theory, when that arrives, if we haven't been able to get CSR to work on here digitally by that point, I have burned discs for CSR, so I should be able to boot into it with the add-on. Yeah, this isn't an actual PS1. It's supposed to emulate the experience of an actual PS1. So it has like all the analog video outputs, the analog PSX ports, the analog memory card ports. But it's not an actual PS1. It's the glorified PS1, essentially. And the thing I pre-ordered at the moment. So I hadn't been keeping on top of when this thing I'm using right now was supposed to arrive. But when it arrived, I checked and it was dispatched like almost 2 months ago. And I pre-ordered this Super Dock like 2 weeks ago. So we're gonna be waiting at least a month and a half to be able to use this. But yeah, I've pre-ordered the transparent blue one, because the Superstition one I'm using is a transparent blue one. These are not tested PS1s with chip. It's 6 below for FF7, sadly. Yeah, I was waiting for a while. Mine had been pre-ordered for like 3/4 of a year. And it arrived on like the 22nd of June, something like that. I might be logged in actually. I am logged in. Confirmed 21st of May. Okay, yeah, arrived on the 21st of May. Wait, no, that's my dock. My dock is confirmed on the 21st of May. It was confirmed then, but it hasn't been dispatched yet. Yeah, we're going to be waiting for like 2 months to be able to use like physical discs on it, sadly. But... And the other thing, it just tells you this. It tells you the dispatch date. It doesn't tell me the date I actually got it. Let's look at the my SRC page. Obsoleted runs. So I got a 1532 on the Superstition 1 on the 22nd of May. Now I think like I waited a couple of days before I did any runs on it. But let's just say the very latest that it arrived was the 22nd of May. Because that's, you know, my FF9 digital PV was afterwards, 26th of May. But yeah, the first run I finished on it was a Tetris with Cardcaptor Sakura Eternal Heart, and that was the 22nd of May. So the very latest, it arrived on the 22nd of May, but probably more like it arrived on the 20th of May. So you wanted a second CD of this, so fucking attempt to pre-order that. Best emulator ever with this, like Nintendo PS1. Oh yeah, I mean, I guess it is. It's just, I mean, I didn't even realize it was like cheaper than like building a Mister. I just saw the PlayStation ports on it. Like beforehand, it was like, man, FPGA, who fucking cares? FPGA bros are losers. But I saw, like, the moment I saw the PlayStation ports, I was like, I just soy jacked. I was like, oh my god, it's like an actual PlayStation. You can use my actual controllers and my actual memory cards, and that's the actual analog video outputs. That's so cool. But yeah, it's actually it's cheaper to get a Superstition 1 than to like get most misses. Yeah, it was a pricey thing, but I'm glad I have it. I already had some good sessions with my brother using it. Yeah, that's how weak my beliefs are. That's how weak my opinions are. Just some niche, like, fucking novelty. Just like, oh, who cares? That seems so overrated. Why just use a fucking emulator? And then I see that it's catered around like actual PSX like peripherals, and I'm just like, oh my god, that's the coolest thing ever. Neuron activate, PSX mentioned. And then we tried to boot CSR, and then we can't. And I'm sad, and then we have to play Tetris instead. And then I end up improving the Tetris, and then I'm happy again. But then we try to run Dynamo Heady on it, and then we have actual like Genesis slowdown, and then I lose a bunch of time on splits, and then like, oh, maybe I'm even worse at Dynamo Heady than I thought. But yeah, it's a nice thing to have. I haven't messaged individual contributor um about the fact that I can't get to work on here because I don't know how you'd even troubleshoot it. Like, you can definitely troubleshoot something not working on emulator, but like something that specifically doesn't work on FPGA, I don't know how the fuck you would diagnose that shit. I wouldn't have any idea how to do it myself, so I don't think it would be fair to put that or pin that on individual contributor, especially how I don't, like, you know, I'm pretty sure he doesn't have anything like that, like anything similar. Okay. Chat rooms reloading. 9. Yeah, I'm glad I got it. I had to wait a while and it was a pretty penny, but you know, it's cool. Honestly though, guys, the main reason I got it, it's a failsafe. In case I'm like deep into a grind of a PSX game, I don't want to just have to be forced to stop running the game. I don't want to put a grind to a halt just because of some fucking external bullshit like my hardware failing or whatever. Or my laser craps out. My disc won't get chewed because I'm using a 79K anyway, but like laser craps out, I'm like, oh shit, well I'm forced to stop running the game now. Oh, this is awesome. I'm also got it just as a failsafe for like PS2 bullshit. So I at least have something to stay sharp, like just to like keep the rust off, you know. I can still keep playing it on this instead. Keep the rust off as best as I can. I hate having to just stop running the game because it's like, oh, well, hardware shit. Better luck next time. Cool. It's cool that I have this option that, like, you know, I can still continue to play a PSX game if I really want to. A lot of the time, it's like, oh man, I really can't be fucked to grind, and then hardware fails. I'm like, oh good, I didn't want to keep playing this anyway. But the times where it happens, I'm like, no, dude, I'm like really cut up and really upset because I actually really want to keep playing the game. I don't want to mess up my muscle memory by using a PC emulator or using a USB controller rather than like an actual OEM analogless PS pad. But for this, like, you know, not to sound too crass, but like, yeah, the trauma I have for that shit happening in the past. Like, I don't want to have to fucking go through that again. I want to have options, still be able to play if I'm still invested, and then something just comes up. It's good to have this as a backup. Yeah, we're gonna wait for this to download. I'm still streaming to YouTube. Oh yeah, what I was gonna do, because I've mentioned the fact that I'm downloading FF7. disk. Yeah, I've got it, so I own the game. It's fine. I can download the game. I could just rip my own discs and then convert it to CHD, but I was trying to use Chadman the other day and it just wasn't working. But yeah, I hella own FF7. Hella own the NA release. It's fine. I'm just downloading it because the times I've tried converting the ISO to a CHD file, which you need to play multi-disc games on here, otherwise it will send you back to the BIOS. You need to use CHD. Yeah, I've been unsuccessful in every attempt I've tried. Retro J. He was successful in doing it for me. He sent me the patched CHDs, and I tested them in DockStation. They work perfectly fine in DockStation. It's just on here they don't. But Retro J was able to do it, so it's a skill issue on my part. I've obviously messed up my directories, or like there's like a memory leak somewhere or whatever. I'm just super unorganized. Yeah, every time I've tried using that program, even just a Windows batch file, bin-q to CHD, it just hasn't spat anything out. It has for disc 2 and 3, but not disc 1. Yeah. So yeah, we're downloading the CHD for that reason. But I own the game. I own the game several times over, not just on PSX. I own it. I have it on Steam. I have it on Switch. I don't have International. I don't have JP 1.0, but the version of FF7 we're talking about, CSR is a patch for the NE release, which I own several times over. That's the version that the CSR is based on. Gorgeous, but really expensive. I love the blue one. Yeah, I guess there's no micro SD plugged into it right now. I guess I'll show you guys it. And all of these video outputs, they all work at the same time. In theory, if you plugged something into all of them and had like 10 different screens available, right? These all work simultaneously at the same time. Unfortunately, there's no SCART. I mean, in theory, the DIN 10 port, you can get SCART off of DIN 10, right? I can't find any I really can't find any affordable DIN 10 cables online, especially the ones that are specific, like DIN 10 to SCART. But yeah, there's no direct SCART option. But I just use like a component to SCART converter thing. I have like a component to SCART converter, so if I want to use a CRT with it, I can. For Tetris, I haven't been using CRT just because I haven't been fucked, but I'm fine playing Tetris on monitor. I'm not good enough at Tetris for playing on CRT to matter, so I just play it on monitor. But I have a component to SCART converter thing anyway. There's a eject thing. When I first got it, I thought like the disk driver would be on it, but this eject thing, it's not to open a tray to put discs in. It's just to open up the OSD menu. And obviously here's the power button. Yeah, I love it. I've never had like a transparent blue PS1 before. I'm sure they do exist. I haven't seen them in the wild. I've never seen a transparent blue like vanilla PS1. But yeah, this is really cool. I love it. I mean, yeah, like when I got my Memcard Pro 1, I got it in grey because it's like the default color. But I don't know. I have an actual PS1. I do have an actual PS1. I just don't use it because it's like hella slow. And like 40% of the time, you get like a random slower load, like a random longer load. That happens on PS2, but when it happens, it's usually like a second at most. On PS1s, when you get a random longer load, it's like fucking, it's potentially run ending. But I have a grey PS1 already, so I didn't feel the need to have this in grey, so I just got the blue one. Yeah, I'm a big fan of this little toy, this glorified piece of plastic here. If you're an AV Andy and you really hate RGB, well, it has composite. It also has S-Video. I've tried the S-Video. It looks good. Well, CRT doesn't support S-Video unless I use like those SCART headers where you can put like an S-Video / composite in. Whenever I've tried doing that, it looks fucking stupid, but the S-Video on when I'm playing through monitor, it looks good. People just had the balls to share fully patched versions. God's sake, send yours please, so you can not steal it. yeah, it sent me back a bit, and I did have to wait a long ass time. I fucking pre-ordered it like before December. It's a mister. It's a mister. That's what it is. It's a mister. It is essentially just a mister. But I can use my PS Digital controller. I can use this thing. I do have a PS Classic controller, but the D-pad sucks and the shoulder buttons get stuck. They always get stuck. So much sliding and platformers with it, with the PS Classic. I guess in theory, if I just had a Mister, if I had like a PlayStation Snack adapter, then it'd be the same thing. But the Snack adapter seemed like something I'd just like not look after. Like I'd just leave it like on the floor and I'd fucking step on it and I'd break. With this, it's all like compact into it. So with how clumsy I am, with how disorganized I am, with how Pepega I am, it's yeah, I like to have it like built into it rather than be like a separate adapter. How good is the game support? I've been running Tetris with Cardcaptor Sakura Eternal Heart on it. FF7 vanilla works. FF9, the last FF9 full run I did, that was on it. Felt fine. Random lag in spots, but on an actual PS1, those spots would also have lag. But so it has like PS1 lag, but it has all of the disk speed, like customization and all that. But yeah, I did an FF9 run on it, and it felt fine. Like, my menus were dogshit rusty, and I got super unlucky on some fights, but the load seemed perfectly fine. I think Nico even adjusted it. I think Nico actually went through the whole one and checked every different load. And the diff of the loads that are slower compared to the dock station settings, I think he actually manually removed it from my end time. I think it's like 50 seconds. Yeah, so I'm losing like 50 second stops to loads. I'm losing a bit more to the lag compared to PS2 when it is none. But like just to the loads, I'm basically losing like 50 seconds, which is like nothing. I'm not sub 850 level, because it really doesn't matter. Got the PS1, PS Oni. I got my Bono one of those. I got it for his Okay, yeah, there was the major life event that my brother had, and I got him a PS Oni as a gift because I saw it at like one of the tech shops. The PS controllers and both of them had shoulder button problems. Yeah, it was perfectly fine. I loved using it. But then, like, playing Crash 2, I'd use R1 for slide. I think it's R1, it's not L1. Oh, it's R1, yeah. And then, because I kept pressing R1, I couldn't press it anymore. I just got stuck. Just permanently in crouch and slide mode. Yeah, 10-20 hours of shit. They're like Retrobit. Or at least, they're like the older build of, like... Yeah, the older Retrobit controllers before they changed the filament. It's like those. I haven't tried Retrobit controllers since they've supposedly changed the filament or whatever, but yeah, it's like Retrobit controllers. They're like, or at least the ones I've used. They're really good, super good. But then after just like 20 hours of gameplay, it's like, oh, this is shit. Awesome. Oh, go next. Which led to me getting the retro flag, which is, if it weren't for the M30 being a thing, it would be my favourite 6-button controller. My favourite 6-button Genesis controller. The retro flag wired controller, the 6-button one, it's super good. Super good. It's based on the JP 6-button design. It's really nice controller. But I think the M30 slightly edges it out. The M30 is slightly better, but 8BitDo is like a premium like brand, so I mean, yeah, good luck. £12 controller compared to like a 30 quid one. I also have this one. I bought this for Dynamite Heady, but then I plugged the retro receiver into the Wii and C was on wires, so I was like, nah, fuck it. I wanted to have a separate controller for my PC and the Bluetooth receivers, but yeah. These are my favourite Genesis controllers, the M30s. Apparently the wired ones, like mine's on Bluetooth, but if you get a specific wired M30, that's the lowest latency you can get on Mister through USB. I think it's just the lowest overall. Like, that's like a spreadsheet. There's like a database of like latencies for controllers. I think the wired M30 is like the lowest essentially. I mean, most of it's negligible anyway, but like it's the lowest MS. But yeah, it's like you said about the PS Class controller. They're really nice, but then they just stop being shit. The PS Digitals, you might need to go into them sometimes to adjust the pads slightly, but these things take a beating. And my PS2 to USB adapter, it doesn't let me use a PlayStation controller. Oh, at least the only PlayStation controllers it lets me use are the ones with analog sticks. The ones without, because the way the PS2 to USB adapter I use works is you plug it in and you press analog and then it starts taking inputs, but you can't press analog on the PS Digital, so you can't use it. I'm sure there are PS2 to USB adapters that let you use these. I'm pretty sure I had one. I used to have one I used with my laptop that worked with them. I'm pretty sure I recall that being a thing, but as far as the PS2 to USB adapters that I know of that take background inputs, like so you can tab out of emulator and it'll still take your inputs. So if you're on Steam and you tab out of FFA, it'll still take your inputs. And in terms of the PS2 to USB adapters I'm aware of that take background inputs, none of them let you use the analogless controllers. On the page list, and it will show one of these, but you can't use them unless you're on Linux. Wedgeroff was telling me that on Linux you can use these, but on Windows, unless it's an analog PlayStation controller, it won't let you. Maybe it's a Windows 7 thing. Maybe Windows 7 and Linux you can use the analogless PS controllers, but any later Windows version you can't. But yeah, in theory, because like fast boot works for FS7 and Dark Station. In theory, the fact that fast boot didn't work, the hot swap strat probably won't, but we can try it. I'll give it a go. Give it the old college try. Oh, sorry, Orgo. You were saying that you had the problem with the shoulder buttons sticking, but after 10-20 hours it stopped being a problem. For me, it was the reverse. They were like perfect, and then they were shit. But I mean, you know, they're made in the warehouse. It's like mass production. You know, there's gonna be some that turn shit or like have like the reverse effect or whatever. PS2 is still gonna be my main platform aside from Tetris. But yeah, I have it in case my PS2 decides to be like, nah, I don't feel like it. Let's be like, oh, fuck you then, I'll just use this. Whatever. Fine by me. But yeah, we're stuck in a hole now with CSR, we're trying to get into it. But in theory, when the add-on arrives, because I already have the discs burnt, I'll put the CSR discs in and it'll work, in theory. The disc swaps are also quicker. The disc swaps in theory will be quicker because it doesn't have like the copyright checking that Megapone PS2s have. I guess I'll get the file name of that CSR thing I've backed up. Rename. Control C. Okay. Windows V. Yeah, it's in my clipboard. Cool. Oh man. Why are we still here just to suffer? 6 minutes left, okay. I guess while we're waiting for that to download, I'll organize my external SSD a bit. I wish you could upload more than 10 YouTube videos a day. I have so much like VODs backed up to my external SSD that I just want to upload, but like I would like to just be able to set aside one day to just upload them all, but you have to upload 10 at a time. I understand why, but it's just like very bothersome. I don't know, it's kind of annoying. But it's something I can do while we're waiting for this bullshit. Yeah, lots of tolerance, low quality, what can you do, yeah. I mean, the PS Digital controllers, they're like very here and there, but there's no sticks in the way, so you can just take it apart, adjust the pad, and put it back together. You don't gotta worry about your sticks falling out, or like the cables of the sticks getting in the way or whatever. Just go in, adjust it, and it's pretty easy to put back together. It's when sticks are involved, that's when it becomes really obnoxious to like put controllers back together. Guess I'll fucking... That's my external SSD, it's here. Capture card might freeze. I heard a noise. Probably alright. Oh yeah, I can see it. Oh, I thought I had save states in here. Guess not. Guess I should preemptively open the CSR splits. Did I make a separate? I guess we'll. Like a separate CSR splits one for this. I don't think this will fit, but even if it does, it's gonna feel a bit forced. Yeah, I know. Platform, PlayStation, uses emulator. I mean, if this works and it finishes, we'll be submitting it to the PSX Digital. Well, actually, we won't because there is no CSR board. But if there was a CSR board in SLC, it would be submitted to the digital main category. It'd go under PSX Digital, so I mean, the user's emulator box makes sense anyway. Switch 2 has been added to the platforms. I guess that makes sense. No turbo. No point in starting the region. We know it's USA. That's the only version that has been patched with CSR. The only patches that are available with CSR are for the NTSC versions. No point in setting the region. But even still, like, yeah, no shit, it's NTSC. It's not like I have an 8-hour time. It's gonna be NTSC. It's not gonna be PAL. This feels super forced. That's stupid. Stupid, but I love it. Whatever, let's do that. Oh fuck, I wasn't... Wait, I did... Okay, no, it is a separate splits file. I thought for a moment then that I didn't have it as a separate splits file. We're not playing this, but just for audio, just get it up. 7 minutes left. That's quite a lot. That's quite a long time. So I'll use this opportunity to refill my water. This isn't FF7. It's fine. I got my Comedian of the Year award available for whoever says that. You can't use the PlayStation controllers for non-PSX core games, though. Gotta get a separate snack adapter for that, sadly. Maybe there'll be a firmware update in the future. Sorry. Yeah, my sister surprised us. She just bought us Chinese, which we're very happy about. But because of that, I know I was gushing about using my PS Digital earlier. But I'll probably be using PS4 controller, just because I don't want my PS Digital to get all fucking, like, greasy and shit. I do have tissues on the side, but a lot of the times I've tried to just, like, clean up with tissues afterwards, it's just still, like, greasy and fucks me up later on, so... I just, you know, the usual, just, like, you know, chicken chow mein, fried rice, chips... The usual bells and whistles. But yeah, because of that, I can't really use on my PS Digital controller, despite me gushing about it earlier. I don't want it to get greasy, so we're gonna have to use the PS4 controller instead, essentially. We already had dinner. Damn. Like, you know, me having Chinese right now, it's gonna give me more joy than any amount of FF7s are gonna give me today. Not long term, but today definitely. Any amount of enjoyment I get out of FF7 today is gonna be outdone by having the Chinese. But that being said, yeah, we're gonna have to use PS4 controller instead. I mean, I'm better at FF7 on the DualShock 4 anyway, but I'm trying to get used to using, like, OEM pads. Because just, I don't know. You know, I am better on a DualShock 4. It feels more like I'm playing the actual game when I'm on, like, an original, official, like, PlayStation controller. DualShock 4 is official, but it's not, like, you know, it's not original PlayStation. I've been trying to adapt to OEM controllers and I've been struggling because, you know, I finished with a 649 when my PV's like a 639. So I am better at FF7 on a DualShock 4 anyway, like historically speaking. But I've been trying to veer away from it because I feel like if I get used to OEM long term, it's going to make me better than DualShock 4, or the potential I might have of DualShock 4. Maybe that's unfounded, but yeah, we're going to be using DualShock 4. I don't want my digital controllers to go greasy. Who knows? Maybe that'll make me play out my mind. Who knows? Maybe I'll still have all the DualShock 4 muscle memory. Maybe we get a lucky fast guard skip and all that. That'd be fun. It would be quite enjoyable. This DualShock 4 is a fucking 0% battery. Can I unplug it briefly to connect it to the wingman? And also, yeah, like, it sounds kind of brain dead using the wingman when I could just hook it up directly to the mister. But with the wingman converter, I can, you know, my retro spy still works with it, so. No, still at 0%. I'm gonna have to leave it charging while I'm getting it dinner. Eat the food, hopefully it finishes charging by the time I'm done. I think the real reason I switched to OEM is so that down the line, Dash becomes available for that kind of stuff again. I might be able to get him to, like, make a Dr. Masher for me. Which is like a frame perfect turbo type controller. It's just like a modern DualShock 1. I've been thinking that the more I use OEM controllers, the more I'll be able to adjust to the Dr. Masher if I ever want to get one of those. Oh, classic. I plugged in the DualShock 4 to charge it, and it's fucked up my fucking sound devices. My favourite thing in the world. Someone rushes into my room, so I yank my Blue Snowball, and then a DualSense mic. Everyone can hear it. It happens on Xbox controllers as well, though. It's not just a... It's not a PS-specific thing. It can happen on both D input and X input. Let's make some space. How much battery has my phone got? 67, fine. That's enough. Take a bite and then sort out the CHD bullshit. In the FF7 any percent restricted no sorts category, is Motorball the last place we use Bolt? Is it the only place we use Bolt? I think it is. Obviously in other categories there's other places you want to use Bolt, but I think Motorball is literally, that's the only fight you need Bolt for. I mean, you might need it later on for stat reasons, like for MK, to decrease your strength stat or whatever, but in terms of actually needing to use the bulk spell itself, I think Motorball is literally the only place. We ended up taking it off before Motorball, by mistake. That's alright. I wouldn't have wanted that cringe in my YouTube stream VOD anyway. If it were to PB. I mean, it was funny how, like, I went out the menu and tried to initiate the Rufus text boxes, but then the menu is still on screen. That was pretty interesting, but I can always go back and clip it if I care enough. I don't think I do. I think I've seen other people do it before. Other people have had it happen. And that Chinese I had when I was up in Yorkshire. Any Chinese food I've had since just has not been up to bar. I've had a taste of the forbidden fruit now. This Chinese food is still nice. I still like it, it's just, you know. Had super good Chinese food now. Obviously, the restaurant we went to, it was a Japanese restaurant, but we also had Chinese takeaway at some point. It was like so much better than this. Like, this is really nice, but it's not as good as that. But yeah, it was a bit more expensive, so it's understandable. I mean, I had also been drinking, so I mean, that could have also like exacerbated how like I perceived how good like the flavors to be. No, it's good pork though. It's very nice pork. Open a new window. Oh. These are the binning queues. Well, we're gonna have to try and fucking do the Chadman shit now, I guess. So forced to. But I mean, we haven't patched it with CSR yet, so it shouldn't be a struggle. Well, we're not going to. We have the CSR patched file on a different thing, but... Chadman... NamDHC. Add files. Output. HCHD. Oh, it hasn't jumped to 100% straight away. Okay, yeah. Should work then. Nice. Serial report successfully created. Nice. Right, so right click, rename. Windows V patched and oh, space we got 140 gigabyte. Okay, I'll copy into the cart in case we need it for later. Just in case we need to get it again for some reason. Match card might freeze. Looks like we're good. Games. Year 6. I don't think I need to hold shift, but I'll do it anyway. Shift will be. Control V. We have the actual patched. This is a false patched file. It's named as such, but it's not actually. And we have the actual one backed up. Backup Mr. folder here. Games. Year 6. Wait, no, I put it in the FF7 folder. Yeah, I did. Okay. Right click, eject Mr. Data. Brook dongle. What? Yeah, the wingman's been active on the PlayStation ports. I can pick up the Brook dongle from that far away? That's insane. Yeah, the Brook was blocking the M30 signal because it was superseding it. Very interesting. So you can see actual FF7 works. It might need to be when the PlayStation logo is fully faded in. Whatever. It's probably not going to work anyway, because, well, the CSR is not going to work anyway, because Fast Boot didn't work, so in theory, this strat won't, but... Nothing ventured, nothing gained. Games, PSX, this one patched, Shift Delete, FF7 folder, I'll control C this as well. We'll have a backup of this one and CSR this one on the PC, on top of my billing queues and MPUs. We've got plenty of space right now. If not, you guys are gonna have to wait for me to eat dinner and then wait for it to actually... Or wait for the PS2 to actually let us boot into the game. Yeah, in theory, this doesn't mean it's worked just yet. Because, you know, I'm pretty sure the FF7 file had already been, like, cached to the RAM. So we're not necessarily out of the woods quite yet. We need to unplug the Wingman on the PS2. No. Nothing. Well, we tried. At least I don't need to swap the RetroSpy cable from my PS2 to my Mister now. how we'd specifically get CSR to work on FPGA when we already know it works on PC emulators. We might just have to wait until the disk drive add-on arrives. It should work then. It's probably just the miscompares. Maybe the CHD files don't like the miscompares that typically arise when you're burning the disks, but don't actually cause issues like most of the time. I guess with this file format, with how jam-packed FF7 is, like the miscompares probably stops it from working. I can show you the mist of the text this is FF7, right? If we go to cheats. Yeah. Cheats are all FF7 related. 6072, that's 6.5 years as a mod, right? Yeah, insane. Congrats, Samson. Yeah, it is. We're not using it though. I can't get cutscene removed to work in it. We're just gonna use PS2, sadly. Sag. Oh my god, sorry, fuck. Oh my god. I killed everyone. Everyone's dead. Profile 5, I think it is. Uh-oh. Yeah, it's just the PS2 I use currently with backup discs. Sometimes it takes like 15 minutes to get into the game, sometimes longer even. Just trying to get it to work on there, but that starts well, sadly. Shot 4 still dead. Awesome. And plugging it in has messed up my audio settings again. Awesome. Right click. Wireless controller, disable, right click, the frames, it says default, recording. Disable headset microphone disable says default properties level 100. Oh, what is this? What does this happen? It does this sometimes weird, I get it. I'll mute the capture card briefly and then I'll turn the upscale off and on. Should be fine now. Would connect the Georgia call now. I need to get my Chinese sideline. So just give the DualShock 4 a chance to charge a bit. I guess it's plugged into my PC. I can .NET. We'll download that. Check DS4 Windows. See the percentage go up. Download now. DS4 Windows.exe must install .NET desktop runtime to run this application. Download it now. See details. Download it now. Stop downloading. Click again. Same thing. Okay, I guess we can't do that. So we're just gonna have to hope it's charged up enough. If not, then, well, I know I set up a poll for you guys, but I wasn't expecting to have Chinese food. I don't want my PlayStation controllers to get greasy. I don't mind my DualShock 4 getting greasy, but everything else, whatever. I don't really want to put up with that. Did set up polls, so it'd gotta be a shame if we couldn't play some CSR here, but... Oh, fuck right off. Why is it doing this? Why? If the upscaler's not do this, we're not going to be able to play anyway. There's no, again, there's no official SLC board, but... audio card now would really throw me off. We do have the input display to help with verification purposes if the capture were to go out, but... The last attempt of this was 14 minutes long. How long was my last significant attempt? 1732.11. Yeah, 1732.11 to 1901.26. So that's like almost an hour 5. Obviously, if the run went all the way, it's 4 hours. But just checking how long realistically we'll be able to play CSR for. before the game says no. Keeps doing that. Continues to do that. It's gonna be problematic. Yeah. You'll vote for CSR, but I've had other obligations to take care of, so I haven't been able to play CSR yet. So that is what you all voted for. Now that being said, if my DualShock 4 doesn't finish charging by the time I've finished eating, I'll probably be done. But yeah, no, like I had the poll and people voted for CSR, but I've had stuff come up and crop up. I've had to take care of, I've had like all sorts of obligations. I have to do that. I have to do all that before I play CSR. Because on vanilla there's very limited breaks in non-turbo, but CSR especially, there's basically none. Aside from the 5-minute break that's added like at the start of this too, there's zero downtime. So whatever I have to take care of, I have to take care of. Then I can't do it during FMVs because there are none. The only FMV is the Sister Ray FMV, and that's so that we can do zero final descent manipulation because the list is moving during that screen. Even while the FMV's playing, the list is moving. So yeah, there's like no downtime. Like people voting for CSR, things came up, I haven't been able to until now. But you all voted for it, so I have to at least try to get some CSR runs going. If the controller stays at 0%, you know, I can turn around, I can look at my controller, I can see that the orange LED is flashing. If it's at 0%, then we're just not going to be able to play, sadly. So update the YouTube stream as well. Same platform, but just add cutscene reader onto Final Fantasy 7. Save, reload. Actually, I'm not expecting to PB tonight. I don't even think we'll get past the 2-hour mark, but for the purposes of actually being able to play CSR today, I think we'll boot with an official disc and then just swap the CSR disc in. That way we can show the hard reset. And we don't have to wait 10 minutes for the PS2 to accept the backup disc. I think that's the better course of action. Like, I was willing to do the save strat on the Mister earlier if it worked, but it didn't. But me doing the thing here, it's the same, it's the equivalent of doing that. And there's no official SLC board, so it doesn't really matter too much. And even if there was, there's no way to police me doing as such. I mean, the kind of is, because the splash screen will be there for a little bit longer. Because the Mechapone PS2 will be accepting the CSR disc when I swap it in. It'll take a moment to, like, register the data's on the disc, but yeah. When the game's already booted, there's no, like, tick noise or anything. Unless your disc craps out, or, like, the disc is burned incorrectly, then it does. Like, when you go to swap disc, the disc will start, like, ticking randomly. But as long as the disc was burned correctly, which we've verified it has been burned correctly because we've used it. If we boot for an official disc and swap that disc in, then it's not going to do it. It's fine.